Microphone check. Microphone check. 1 2 1 2. Microphone check. 1 2.
Okay, let's get going. It is now 5:30, and it's my pleasure to welcome everyone here. This is our February 15th, 2024 regular meeting of the Board of Education for Golden Joint Unified School District. And at this time, I'd like to open by asking Joanne Medina to call roll, please.
Mrs. Flores?
Present.
Mr. Fuentes?
Present.
Ms. Doreen Ojeda?
Present.
Mr. Flores? Mrs. Haro? Mr. Ibarra?
Present. And at this time, let's make note that Bernice Sandoval is not with us at this time. Thank you. As we move into item 1.2, the renewal of the Pledge of Allegiance, I'd like to introduce Cynthia Bueno, and if she could please come up. She's our interpreter.
Thank you, Board President Ibarra. Thank you, Board. Muy buenas noches. Yo soy Cintia Bueno. Soy recepcionista y traductora del distrito. Esta noche estaremos ofreciendo servicios de intérprete. Si alguien desea escuchar la reunión completamente en español simultáneamente, pueden encontrarme en la mesa trasera. Allá. Tenemos los dispositivos donde podrán hacerlo. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you, Ms. Bueno. And let's just take note that at 5:32, Ms. Sandoval joined us. Welcome. At this time, I'd like to please ask everyone to please rise. And Pat, would you please lead us in the flag salute? Thank you.
Right hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Pat. So I hope everybody is doing well. February 15th, we're already halfway through February. So it just gives an indication of how quickly our calendar is moving along. And with that, I'd like to ask for a motion to adopt the agenda with the following amendments. Amendment of Public Session Item 7.32, approval of personnel employment and resignation, separation, addition of 2 classified resignations and separations, Human Resource Coordinator and Human Resource Technician. An amendment in closed session, item 11.3, personnel public employee appointment, discipline, dismissal, and release. Addition of one certified coach, head varsity track co-ed. An addition of 2 classified management, human resources technician, child development supervisor. An addition of 5 classified coaches, head junior varsity baseball boys, 2. Head junior varsity volleyball boys, head varsity track co-ed, and head varsity volleyball boys. With addition of 2 volunteer coaches, band co-ed, swim co-ed, and an addition of 22 general volunteers. At this time, I will take a motion for approval.
I'll second.
So I do have an approval by Mrs. Haro and second by Mr. Fuentes to adopt the agenda as recommended. Any questions on the agenda? If not, let's go for the vote. All those in favor indicate by stating aye.
Aye.
Anyone oppose? Abstain? At this point, we have 7-0. The agenda passes on a motion by Pat Haro and second by Board Member Israel Fuentes. And on a 7-0 vote, the board adopted the agenda as recommended. Thank you. We'll move right into item 2.1, Slover Mound High School. And I'd like to take this opportunity to invite Principal Frejo to introduce our students. Thank you.
Board members, Superintendent Dr. Miranda, and members of the audience. Before we begin, I would like to acknowledge Mr. Fatlan, who's our ASB advisor and our PBIS coordinator, Tier 1. Just want to give him a huge shout out for all the work he does with our kiddos consistently. So we could give him a round of applause. All righty, so now I have 2 awesome Slover kiddos. I have Matthew and I have Elena for you tonight.
Good evening, Board President Ibarra, board members, Superintendent Dr. Miranda, and members of the audience. My name is Matthew Menchaca, and I am your leadership president at Slover Mountain High. And I would like to introduce you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Alina Diaz. I am ASB Vice President.
What was going on at Slover? We just finished on October 27th, the Cooley Ranch Fall Festival. And then at Slover, we had the International Brotherhood of Electric Workers come to Slover. And we had the College 101 workshops and the College Connect.
These activities helped a lot with all our ASB and all our kids there. Me personally, it was a great experience just to do all of that. The gift giving on turkey for Christmas, it was really fun just getting a ham for Christmas and just giving it to my family. And just working really together and having fun and just enjoying to do all the softball and the basketball there. And these are more activities that we did. Well, you can see me, a photo of me on the farm. We had a lot of fun there, learning new activities to help not even just to have a future for ourselves, but just to help the community. How we learned just to grow stuff, how things are worked, and how we could just work together. And we also had the Cooley Ranch Fall Festival, which helped the younger children, which mean a lot to me because my little brother goes there to that school. And it just really made me happy just helping there and helping the kids celebrate.
And this is the College Expo and the College 101. what we did here is invited the College Expo and the one-on-one workshops to come in and teach the kids about the electrical and all the things that you need to learn. And the one-on-one is where we had to come over and help us with college and our career and education. And then the College Connect is where they came in and showed us how to work the college on the app.
The financial aid workshop was very good learning. I didn't even know we could even do this. And just learning how to even just start my future was a big impact for me because I know where to start. I know what I want to do, what future I have in mind, and just the Valley College, I forgot his name, my bad. But him just helping us out and showing what we can do for our future and helping other students as well was something very grateful that I can have.
As you can see, we won PBIS Gold. And what we have been doing here in these pictures is we've been doing PBIS Kickoff. And this was a very good and fun experience because we got to interact with each other, do some icebreakers, get to know new people that went to Slover, came to Slover, and congratulate Slover for getting PBIS Gold. And thank you.
And we're giving these students academic awards, just them showing their good job, showing up on school, and just trying their best and truly being Slover and taking this second chance, taking this opportunity. And this is what we did recently with the kindergartners, the preschoolers, where we had a Valentine's Care Bear event, just interacting with the kids, having fun, just everyone enjoying ourselves, where ASB, even some of the students and the kindergartners interacting with each other and just really just getting along.
And here we have the Slover gift giving wish, where students got to put on a document where they wanted for Christmas or wanted to give for Christmas. And I thank Slover and the staff for coming together and giving us the gifts that we received, and also for the gifted hams and the turkeys. We got a lot of hams and turkeys. I personally got a turkey myself. And I thank the people who are giving us these things.
And here we were doing the gardening club and the wellness center activities where the students are just enjoying themselves, taking time to relax. Like painting a good rock helps sometimes. It helps just to relax, not just stress about school, where you could actually communicate and get to know other people and just have fun.
And here we got the sports. Personally, I was in the softball season. Sadly, we ended on a loss in the semifinals. But we had fun. It was a good experience for me to just go out there, play for Slover, and just enjoy time. For me, I'm not on the basketball team because of a little injury, but we'll continue, get a championship.
And here we have the after-school hours where students are staying and learning, just catching up on their work, and it really helps just to catch up on work. Like me personally, I stay after school Tuesday and Thursdays, which when we have them, and I need that support. I need to interact with those teachers, and I'm very grateful that they are there and just keeping me on track.
For example, Mr. Fallon, thank you, Fallon, for staying after school with us, with all the help that you give us. Thank you. And some events that we have coming up is the blood drive and the NWE map testings that we're having. I believe are happening next week. And our mini quarter 4 and 5 award celebrations are also in 3 weeks. And then Slover Wellness Center Health Fair is where we kind of group together, have different activities for the wellness center, and have a whole bunch of fun with the cornhole things and tic-tac-toe games.
And this is our Instagram, our Facebook, and our Twitter. You can follow us and keep update to what other activities, what we have in mind.
And before I close out, I would like to say some things about Slover and how I got here. I was a student at Colton High School. I only had 64 credits left, and Slover accepted me to go over there. And I just appreciate Slover and everything they've done for me. I am now Slover President of Leadership. I am at 150 credits now and on track to graduate. And I appreciate Slover for all that they've done for me, the staff, everyone, the principal, Ms. Fryho. I appreciate you guys for accepting me here at Slover. I have a chance at graduation. I have a chance at everything else. And I have a chance at college and everything else. I appreciate you guys, and thank you.
I would like to also share some things. I was also a student at Colton, and honestly, when I was there, I did not care about school. I was just ready to give up. I was seeing if other options I can do, not even go to school. But until I met my counselor and they offered me into Slover. I'm like, okay, I'll try it out. I go, and just being at Slover was the best thing I could ever chose, because it made me believe again. It made me want a future. It made me want to actually try. And now I only need 23 more credits, which is surprising.
Wow.
Which is really surprising because I thought I wasn't going to make it. But all thanks to Ms. Fryhill, Mr. Fallon, and Ms. Hampton. Thank you. I truly appreciate you. And I'm so glad I have met them.
Okay, Matthew, Alina. First of all, I just want to thank you. As I was arriving, I found them outside the side door. And they asked me, oh, where's the boardroom? And I go, come and follow me. So I get to do this fancy click with this and open this door, click with that. And they just walk in like, but just want to say, really appreciate what you are doing at Slover. Thank you for sharing a little bit about your experiences, because that means a lot. And it's always good to know where you came from, because that helps guide you to where you're going to go. And I can't say enough about the staff at Slover, you know, and the culture that has been developed there for you and for many students that have come through there in the last few years. So I just want to say thank you for sharing a little bit about each of you. So with that, I'd like to see if any board members would like to. I'll start with Pat.
First of all, I want to thank you for your presentation. It was very detailed and told us all the wonderful things that are happening at Slover. I can see why you enjoy being there. I also want to thank you for your courage to be able to stand up there and tell us your story, because your story is very impactful. Your story is one that other students face as well. And you standing up there and telling us what's happening and telling your principal, your past principal, your advisor, thank you for what they're doing for you. It's very emotional because our staff doesn't always get told thank you. And, you know, sometimes maybe get taken for granted. And to hear from you and other students the impact that they're making, that's worth everything that they do to them. So thank you for honoring the staff there for what the difference they're making in your lives. And we look forward to handing you your diploma.
Thank you, Pat. Israel.
Thank you, Board President. Matthew, Alina, first of all, congratulations. You guys are succeeding, and you guys are a success story, I can tell you that right now. To many other students that were wanting to give up, and now you're able to tell them, don't give up, keep going, because you can do it. And you guys will be able to do that and tell them that. And what really means a lot is when students tell their teachers, thank you. It's just when it comes from the heart, and the student goes back to the teacher and says, thank you for what you've done for me. That to me, I'll start crying here, but it's emotional, just like Ms. Haro said. It is very much emotional, and I congratulate you both for standing up there and speaking to us. It's not easy sometimes to be able to stand up there and speak, but you guys are leaders now. You guys are the president and the vice chair of your ASB, and you guys are making a difference. Thank you. Thank you for being that example to the other students and being an example to me too. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you, Israel. Bertha.
First of all, I want to thank you for sharing your success story. It touched every single person in this room, including the school board up here. So thank you for sharing that. Also, you know, looking forward, I look at you and I see your a bright future ahead of you. And what my hope would be for you to continue your education and find a way to pay it forward, to make a difference in other young people's lives, such as a counselor. And if you go through, you know, if you want to be a counselor, you can go to be a counselor and come back and work with you know, youth in our community. Whatever you choose, I wish you the best, and I know that you're going to be successful in anything you do, and you will make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you, Bertha. Joanne?
They've talked about courage, and you've shown a lot of that today. But you also shown that through the school, through Slover, you found a way to make your needs be met. And as you go through life, there's going to be challenges. And just remember that you found a friend. You found someone, a helper out there that can get you what you need. So don't ever quit. It's exciting to see how much this has meant to you and how much it means to us, knowing that there are programs that we provided to meet kids' needs, because not everyone gets their needs met in the same way. So just remember, as you grow, you want to go on to school, and it's exciting to hear that you want to do that now. So don't ever let anything stop you. Find a helper, do what you can, and be the best person you can be, and yes, pay it forward. I'm really proud to see you two standing there today, and I'm grateful that our district was able to provide for you what you needed. And I hope we can do that more and more all the time. And you can help other people as you grow to be able to be the helper that they need to get to where they want in their life as well. Because you're giving yourself a future, and anyone that you come in contact with and help them through, you're helping them get a better future. So congratulations, and thank you for tonight.
Thank you, Joanne. Well, Matthew and Alina, I just want to say that in both of your sharing a little bit about yourselves, you made several key comments. And I hear that some of my fellow board members picked up on that. The fact that in life, we learn a lot of lessons. And as we go through and we start getting a little bit older, some of the lessons we learn is that we don't have to do it all by ourselves. So as were fortunate to go into Slover's culture and family, so to speak, you found out that each one of you received and can learn how to go for help and assistance. Thus is life. There's always going to be someone who's going to be willing to help you if you just search out and look for them. And we have a wonderful staff at Slover. You know, I always say that our doors will always be open to you, you know, no matter how old you get. And always remember this, and I'll leave you with this. Your experiences will define who you are. So as you accumulate all these experiences, it's going to mold you and guide you and send you in a direction that who knows where you'll end up. So I just want to say thank you. And we like to have the pleasure of having you come down and shake our hands. Let's give them a hand one more time. Just take a quick thank you to Slover Mountain staff. And yeah, thank you very much. Okay, let's go ahead and move right into our special presentations. We're looking at 3.0, item 3.1, introductions of new management. And if I could ask Dr. Day to please come forth. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Board President Ibarra, board members, Superintendent Dr. Miranda, and members of our audience. It is my honor and pleasure to introduce one of our new management family members, and that is our new Human Resources Assistant, Laura Pena. Now, Laura has an extensive background that will lend itself to all the great things we do in human resources. She's been an office assistant, attendance tech, and most recently administrative assistant at Retchie Canyon Elementary. She has led multitude of things there at Retchie Canyon, including assemblies. She's done different roles to just fill in and make that community feel welcome and loved, and definitely has helped put on multiple school events to ensure that all the campus needs were resolved and met. She plays violin. She's very family-oriented, and my favorite fun fact, sings in an all-female mariachi band. And you don't notice about me, but I've traveled the world, and some people don't believe me, but one of my favorite singers is Vicente Fernandez. And can you guess what song I love?
El Rey.
Volver.
Okay. Volver.
Yes. That's my little Spanglish right there, but you saved me. But ultimately looking forward to having you join our team. We love, every time I went to Retchie Canyon, you greeted me with a great smile. You can see that from the students and the kids when they know your name and they're running to you to give you hugs. And they, when kids know that you love them, they flock to you, and we can tell that. And so we know that you're going to have a great impact on human resources. So now I'd like to turn the time over to Laura to address the board.
Thank you for the introduction, Dr. Dade. Thank you, President Ibarra, Dr. Miranda, members of the board, and everyone here tonight. I am very excited since I started in 2018. As Dr. Dade said, it's been an absolute pleasure to be with the Colton Joint Unified School District. I have learned a lot. I have grown a lot. I've learned a lot of what not to do and a lot of what yes to do, specifically with the students and the parents. So I look forward to my new journey here with the HR department. They've already received me with literal open arms, and I appreciate that. and I just welcome more growth. I'm very eager, and I'm a very strong willed person, so I hope that I can, fit in perfectly with everybody. And Dr. Ade, as long as you don't ask for a mariachi loco, we're good.
Mariachi loco.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Peña. And if we can, I'd love to have the diva come up and shake our hands.
Any family member with you tonight? Okay. She has a few family members we want to introduce, if that's okay. Okay, sorry. You can just have them stand up.
Oh, yeah. You guys stand up. They're not prepared for this. I don't know if some of you might remember my sister, Sylvia Hinojosa, my godson, Marcelo, and then my brother-in-law, Cesar Hinojosa.
If we can please have one more round of applause for Laura. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Dede. Okay. With that, let's move on to item 3.2, employee recognition. And I'd like to ask Director Cervantes to please come forth, and Mr. Enciso.
Good evening, Board President Ibarra, board members, and Superintendent Dr. Miranda, and members of the audience. HR is going to continue the celebration, and we want to recognize our employees of the month. First off, we would like to recognize our certificated staff, and this certificated staff is a TOA at McKinley. I would like to invite Cecilia Lilly to come up. And also, I would like to invite Tabrisha Lang, principal, to give you a narrative about all the great things that she's been doing at McKinley.
Good times roll. Here we go. All right, good evening, everyone. So let's get straight to it. It gives me just so much joy to announce Mrs. Lilly as our TOA and as certificated Employee of the Month for February in 2024. So some things that some of you may not know why she's such a precious jewel within Colton. I need you to understand these things here. For those of you who may not know Cecilia personally, let me tell you a little bit about her. Cecilia has dedicated more than 25 years of her career to our district as an educator. Her quiet yet strong leadership style and caring spirit have touched so many lives and countless students' lives over the years. Though she has spent the majority of her career as a kindergarten teacher, 2 years ago, when I accepted my job as principal, 2 years ago, she accepted the lovely position of a TOA at our school. In this position, she quickly became one of the core pieces of the backbone of our staff and the heart of our school community. Cecilia gives endless support to our students, staff, and families. She is the creator, the organizer, and motivator behind McKinley's most infamous Literacy Nights, which I must share our most recent one, brought in excess of over 300 parents, students, and other family members, leaving standing room only. Nice job, ma'am. And if you haven't seen it, check it out on our social media. She coaches students and parents, and she preps for tests. She manages LPAC testing, analyzes data, and partners closely with our teachers, all while radiating positivity and enthusiasm. While Cecilia accomplishes so much professionally, she remains humble and leads by example. Her compassion is unmatched. Cecilia genuinely cares for each student, especially those demonstrating the most need. She will move mountains to help them succeed. You should just see her trucking across our campus with her paddy wagon full of literacy resources to support students at all levels. As one colleague said, Cecilia is invaluable. Her quiet determination and selfless dedication benefit us all. She is a model of integrity, wisdom, and care. Outside of work, Cecilia draws strength from her equally amazing family. Her husband and children remind her daily of what matters most: kindness, community, and helping others. Cecilia exemplifies our core values. She leads with heart, and she touches lives through simple acts of service. Please join me in celebrating this incredible woman and congratulating her on our February Employee of the Month for certification.
Thank you for your kind words, Tarisha. Good evening, Board President Ibarra, board members, Superintendent Dr. Miranda, and members of the audience. I am so honored to be here, and my heart is full of joy that I get to share my sincere appreciation in front of you all tonight. Beginning with my McKinley family, both past and present, as we always say, once a bulldog, always a bulldog. Thank you all for your part in making this amazing moment happen for me. Your unwavering support and encouragement has been instrumental to any success I've had throughout my career. I am grateful for our friendships and that I've had the opportunity to work alongside such talented and hardworking individuals. You all are simply the best. In addition to my McKinley family, I would like to thank my extended CJUSD family. The moments I have had learning and growing with you have been priceless. It's so uplifting to work with so many individuals who share the desire to do what's best for our students and our families. Our students and their families is where my heart is centered, and I treasure the relationships that have been built. Sorry. In closing, I would like to thank my family. I must say that they must have a strong spirit to live with an educator like me. I get my dedication and work ethic from my parents, who I deeply love and admire, and so naturally I married an individual, my husband David, who works just as hard. And just a little background information here, he's got a degree in patience. He earned it during my years as a kinder teacher, and then he was bumped up to his master's degree during COVID, and now he's getting his PhD in my role as a TOA. He has been my rock, and he has supported me every step of the way. And last but not least, my two wonderful children, Nicole and Isaac, weren't able to be here tonight, but I thank them for enduring my persistent expectation of excellence, but they certainly impress me every day. And thank you all again for this incredible honor. I'm truly humbled and motivated to continue to give my very best. Thank you and good night. And my husband, David, could you stand?
One more round of applause for our certificate employee recognition, Ms. Cecilia Lilly.
As Mrs. Lilly goes around and shakes hands with people, I just want to make a quick comment. You know, we are so fortunate to have individuals like her to be part of our Cone Joint Unified School District. You know, for the years that I've been involved as a board member and a community member here in Colton and have my children go through Colton, the culture of this district the effect of individuals like you, Mrs. Lilly, on our students and staff and community. I mean, we are the fortunate ones to have you here. And I just want to say that it's our honor as the Board of Education to honor you for 25 years. And I know that you're one of many, but when we put all of them together, we have a great force. And I just want to say thank you, you know, and I can't say enough for what you've done for all our students here at the district, so thank you. Yes, Dr. Miranda would like to have a word.
I can't resist a moment because I had the privilege of being the principal and working with Cecilia, Miss Lilly, and I got to see it firsthand, the passion, the kindergarten class, even when I think I gave you a combo class one year, and and we got staff here, so they remember that, and she just took it on with just every day. I mean, and so board presidents I can say better than that. Just the passion you bring. And again, thank you for that service there. Our Bulldogs, they benefited so much, and I learned every day from you, and just your character, and those kids loved you. So you've impacted. It's easy to say not just hundreds of kids, but thousands of kids. And, you know, we see each other once in a while. Our kids go to the same schools, and so it's pretty awesome to see them grow up too. So thank you for that too, Ms. Lee, just for what you do for our students here in our district. Thank you, Board President, for allowing me to do that.
You're more than welcome. And just one more comment, because I think we all know this. When we have someone as successful and honored as you as an individual, there's always someone at home, and you mentioned it, that makes it happen and helps and supports. So just want to take this opportunity to thank your husband, your family, because, I mean, it takes two sometimes, and it's important to have that support in order for everything to work. So once again, thank you. Mr. Enciso.
Thank you. Our next awardee is not available, but I still would like to honor him and read a speech. So our next awardee is Eduardo Juarez. Eduardo is our printing services technician, and honoring him this evening is me. So tonight we celebrate a standout member of our print shop team, Eduardo Juarez. Eduardo isn't just a part of our workflow, he's the binding of our operations. His dedication to quality is remarkable. Despite the crunch of tight deadlines, he manages to deliver quality work while maintaining high standards, project after project. His approach goes beyond mere execution. He ensures every output reflects our commitment to quality. In the daily grind, Eduardo distinguishes himself. His blend of efficiency and quality, coupled with a relentless positive attitude, sets a tone for what we all aspire to achieve. But what truly sets Eduardo apart is how he uplifts everyone around him. Under the pressures of our fast-paced environment, his optimism and energy are infectious, motivating us to push boundaries and improve. He leads by example. Eduardo, your commitment and remarkable contributions have left an imprint on our operations. You exemplify the values this award represents, and it's with genuine appreciation that we highlight your achievements today. Congratulations on this well-deserved recognition. You're proof that great individuals create a great team. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Enciso. And if you may, Mr. Enciso, when you do award them the certificate and the recognition, please tell him on behalf of the Board of Education that we truly appreciate all the hard work, the effort, the dedication that he's put in his job and to the district. And as we all know, I mean, you know, I've seen the print shop operate for years, and they do an excellent job, and they've just continued to grow over the years. So just tell them thank you. Thank you very much, and we totally appreciate that. Him.
I would like to say for the record, they are the ones that printed our awards here
Yes.
tonight, so.
Yes, they are.
Just a showcase of their awesome work. So, but thank you, sir. I will tell him.
Yes, thank you. Okay, Dr. Cervantes, we're done.
That concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Okay, let's go ahead and move on with the meeting. And we're looking at 4.0, which is a public hearing. Item 4.1, public hearing concerning the public disclosure requirements of AB 1200 for the certificated salary adjustment for the year 2023-24 school year. At this time, if there's anyone who would like to make a comment relative to this item, you're welcome to come forth. Now, just don't all come in the same time now. Okay, not hearing any. So I opened it, and I hereby close it. Okay, I'll turn to Joanne at this time. And Joanne, do we have any cards for public comment? Thank you. So since there's no cards for public comment, I will close that public comment, and we will move right into 6.1, which is the Local Control of Accountability Plan, Mid-Year Supplement, Educational Service Division, and I will ask Assistant Superintendent Dr. Peterson to please come to the podium. Thank you.
Good evening, Board President Ibarra, board members, Superintendent Dr. Miranda, and members of the audience. Tonight I'm here to present my favorite topic, LCAP. And so this is our 2023-24 mid-year supplement. And so a few things that I'm going to go over tonight are the LCAP update and changes for this next. We are in the process of writing a new 3-year LCAP, and so we'll discuss some of the changes associated with that. We'll talk about mid-year outcome and data on our metrics, and then our mid-year expenditure and implementation data as we go through this. And so I did present this to you in board correspondence last week to allow me to go a little bit quicker through some of these slides. And so, but first, SB 114 is the reason why we're here tonight. And so it requires a report on the annual update, the budget overview for parents, the mid-year outcome data, and the implementation expenditure data. And so just to give you an idea of where we're at, so our LCAP was approved in 2023, the local indicators on October 15th, the dashboard we presented a few weeks ago. And this year, or tonight, we're doing our mid-year. We did begin the LCAP survey last week, and it runs through March 8th. And then again, we are doing our new 3-year LCAP, which is due June 30th. We'll have our public hearing on June 6th with the budget along with the approval on June 20th. And so, and listed there are the different pieces of the LCAP with at the bottom talking about the local indicators, and then 24 to 27 LCAP is the highlights for this year. And so, as we always say, the state, I think every time I come up here, this is what's changed. The state always likes to change things. And usually what that means is a longer LCAP. So, and this year's no exception. Again, these are the changes for this year going into the next 3-year cycle. The mid-year updates are required now yearly. It also includes actions associated with differentiated assistance. So this year, as we include our differentiated assistance subgroups, we will have to put actions in the LCAP associated with that. Long-term English learners are now a subgroup of English learners, so they will be, we will have to report data and metrics and information as far as their performance throughout the year. Student forms now include middle school students. We've been doing that already, and so I think we expanded that a little bit this year. And then over a 3-year period, any actions that are proven not effective, so where we don't meet our goals, we're going to have to either delete them or adjust them. And so when you look at the totality of our LCAP and the number of positions and people associated with that, this becomes the accountability, really the accountability piece of that. And so it's really important that We target that people that are associated with our LCAP, that we're really targeting our student success with this. And so a few more changes. We now have what's called the LCFF equity multiplier, and they are a few schools. The schools are actually reported on February 20th. We believe we'll have 3 schools associated with that, but won't report that out till it's official. What an equity multiplier school is has a 70% low income rate and a non-stability rate, which is kind of a transitional in and out of the school of 25% or higher. We now must include a focus goal for each equity multiplier school that addresses all student groups in the lowest performance level and then any teacher quality issues within that. And so that will be in addition to that. And then finally, we have required actions that will now be needed to address the lowest performance on any state indicator. So as we presented the dashboard to you a few weeks ago, any of those items or subgroups that you saw in red we're required to now have actions and services that go towards those, either at the school level for all students, at the district level for a subgroup, or for student groups or subgroups within a school. And so this is the budget overview for parents, or the June adopted budget versus December 31st at mid-year. And so you'll see our projected fund revenues on the left side. The supplemental and concentration funds, which make up the LCAP, are part of the total LCFF. And you can see the projected revenues at the bottom. And so the middle column is the amount spent as of mid-year, and then the amount remaining to be spent on the right. And so you notice on the supplemental and concentration accounts, we have a $73 million budgeted LCAP this year. 20.7 was spent by 12/31, which leaves 52 million. Notice there's an asterisk there. 24 million of that is already encumbered, and which leaves 19 million for the things that we're still doing second semester. And so as we go through the mid-year update on the metrics, you're going to see items on our metrics where we have our outcomes that are either unavailable, meaning we won't have them until later on in the year, so they haven't ended yet. Outcome in progress, meaning we'll give you the mid-year data. Those will be in blue. And then an outcome that's known, which is mostly our dashboard data that we just presented to you. Those will be in green, so those won't change. The red and blue will change between now and when you see it in June. And so goal 1, you've seen a lot of this before as we present like this, and so I won't spend a lot of time on this. You see the desired outcome because this is a 3-year. On the left side was our desired outcome, which is what our 3-year goal was. If you remember, this was back in 2020, and so this is pre-pandemic, before we knew we were going to spend a year in distance learning and then what effect distance learning was going to have. And so normally I would just put the 23-24 info there, but I wanted to kind of put last year's info because that was kind of our new baseline year, and so you can see where we're at with regard to that. Again, greener are the ones that are known, and those will be in the LCAP later. Red are things that are not done. And then as we go through, you'll see the other ones with blue. For the action and services, we do have to list everything. I'm spending more time on the first one, and I'll go a lot quicker through the other ones just to explain them. Each of the action titles are listed, the budgeted expenditures, the estimated actuals and encumbrances, and then an implementation note. So most of the notes will say something as if positions are open throughout the year, that's why there's more money than, say, 50% at this point. It's being implemented as planned. Some there's a transfer that will occur, budget transfer that will occur during second semester, and then some are things that will still be required to be completed second semester. So I'm going to go through these kind of fast as you can see them. I know you've had a chance to review them. These are GATE library funds, and this is, again, our equity goal. VAPA funds there, athletics, and then our design plan implementation. And so for goal number 1, the total budgeted was 27.3 million, and total encumbered and spent mid-year is 19.2. And so we have positions that are open, collaboration, and different items that are in that area that have not been spent. For goal number 2, that's our student achievement goal. Again, you'll see the mid-year update on the side. Most of those, again, are our dashboard items. You'll see our DIBELS and iReady benchmarks. Those are mid-year numbers, and so that's where we're at mid-year. and then our PSAT results there. And then these are the items. Most of these have to do with student achievement, English, or English language arts, mathematics, our summer schools in here, elementary TOAs, MESA teachers, tech support, instructional assistants. Where you see an NA and a 0 is an item that, an action or service that was discontinued for this year or a few within the 3 years. And so that's why you'll see no funding there. And then a teacher retention at the bottom. And so for goal 2, total budget, $18.1 million, and then encumbered or spent mid-year 9.3. And again, most of those items are still in process for second semester. Goal number 3 is our wellness goal. Again, items from the end of 22-23 are listed on the right. You see, again, our LCAP survey is being completed as we speak, and then mid-year data as far as our mental health referrals. And so items in goal number 3, again, are moving forward as planned for the most part. And then the total for goal 3 budget's $13.8 million, and the total encumbered or spent mid-year was 10.4. And so not very far away from spending that, as most of those are salaries and have been encumbered already. Goal number 4 is family and community engagement, and a lot of this is parent participation. So you'll see those are mid-year numbers for average attendance at our different events. Again, our LCAP survey, parent leadership and parent involvement workshops, as well as our social media info. And then our items for goal number 4 are being implemented as planned. And again, total budget for the year, $906,000, $878,000 already spent or encumbered. Goal number 5 is our access to resources, which is our maintenance goal. And most of these are our Williams findings. So you'll see the instructional materials, again, green is known. There's a new procedure, reporting method for teacher credentialing requirements into a percentage. And then you, again, see we'll have the results of pacing guides at the end of the year. And again, funds spent for each of these items that are listed in Goal 5, each of our actions and services. And again, for Goal 5, items budgeted $12.9 million, encumbered or spent $8.2 million to date. And so we still have things like textbooks and other items that will be spent during second semester. And so that's it. In closing, just kind of we've been working diligently with our LCAP committees and getting feedback, and now it's kind of time to start writing it. And so we're working on getting started with that to develop the 3-year plan. We don't expect the COLA to cover the increasing cost of personnel within the LCAP. So as far as like adding additional items this year, in order to add additional, it's going to be what would we remove instead. And so, so we don't expect there to be differences there. What we're trying to do is just fine tune costs within it and see the ways that areas where we can firm up or do less with more, and so or do more with less. Sorry. So that just gives you. So coming to our final presentation in June, you may not see much new this year for that reason. And then I just want to thank everybody that is involved in this. I always like this slide that has all the different groups that we work with, and just want to thank everyone for their part in developing the LCAP this year and mid-year and getting us where we're at now. And so we'll be back to see you in June with hopefully a completed LCAP and everything looking good. And that's it for me. Can I answer any questions?
Well, thank you, Dr. Peterson, and thank you for the report. At this time, is there anyone who might wish to ask a question? Bertha, please.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Peterson, for the information. And I just want to commend you on the work that goes into this. I know it's hard, especially when they, throw curveballs sometimes in the middle of the road. So I appreciate your hard work with the committee. I want to thank you for always including the parents and input from the parents. More than ever, this is so important, for taking every opportunity to to hear their voices and value their opinions. So I think our district is strong in that area. I know I appreciate that very much, and we need to continue making them true participants in the education of their children. So they're key. So I appreciate that goal 4 and all the work that has gone into that. So thank you.
Thank you, Bertha. Any others? No, it doesn't look like. And thank you for the report. It gives us a really good idea where we're at the midpoint, and where hopefully the direction will go in what we're trying to get to. So
I think the good news is we've all seen, I think, we're starting to move the needle there, and so
Yes,
our
yes.
student achievement, and so
That's true. Yeah.
exciting to see the results and this money being put to good use. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I believe, unless there's someone else, the elementary instructional minutes and Dr. Peterson.
Actually going to introduce Dr. Hyder.
Okay, thank you.
And he's going to, our PK6 director, and he's going to present our changes to the elementary schedule.
Okay. Welcome, Dr. Hyder.
Thank you, Board President Ibarra. Good evening. Good evening, board members, Superintendent Dr. Miranda, and members of the audience. I actually had 40 slides for my presentation, but then I realized it's a long weekend, actually 4-day weekend, and my principals, elementary principals, will give me a hard time if I do all 40 slides. So I cut it down significantly. This evening, I'm here to share information about the new Senate Bill 291 and how it impacts elementary instructional minutes. So what you see on the screen is the main section of the Bill 291. I will not read the whole slide, but address 2 key points here. So starting 24-25 school year, our elementary schools have to provide 30 minutes of recess on regular days. This is in addition to lunch and PE. Additionally, school staff may not restrict a student's recess unless there is a threat or emergency. The rationale for this change is that recess complements instructional time and is incredibly valuable for all kinds of cognitive, social, emotional, and of course, physical activity opportunities. The new law will help students and teachers by providing kids with an outlet to reset their minds between classroom instruction. So currently in elementary schools, we provide 20 minutes of recess on regular school days. That's usually 10 minutes before lunch and 10 minutes after. Moving forward, we will have 15 minutes of recess before lunch and 15 minutes after. This will, of course, lead to a decrease in our instructional minutes. If you look on the slide, we have to maintain a minimum number of minutes, and for 4th through 6th grades, the requirement is 54,000 minutes annually. So this table here explains our current instructional minutes. We have 45 minimum days and 135 regular days. For this school year. The instructional time for minimum days is 250 minutes, and for regular days, it's 325 minutes. When we add all this up by multiplying the days and the times, and you do the elementary math, it comes to 55,125 minutes. And the requirement, as I had mentioned in previous slide, is 54,000 minutes. So this puts us for this year over 1,125 minutes. You may be asking, why do we have these extra minutes? Well, first of all, there is no harm in additional learning time. Secondly, this extra time provides us a cushion if schools need to be closed for any emergency. Now we are going to look at how things may be changing in the next school year. So if we keep the school start time at 7:40 and just increase our recess by 15 minutes, we will see that we have, using the same calculation of 45 minimum days and 135 regular days, the instructional time will decrease by 5 minutes on minimum days and 10 minutes on regular days. And when we total all that up, we get a grand total of 53,550 minutes. So this, of course, puts us 450 minutes under than the required minutes. So we cannot leave things as is. So this is what we are proposing for 24-25 school year. So we would like the school to start at 7:35 for all elementary grades. With this change, we will have over 450 minutes annually because we can bank, like we will get extra, instead of 10 minutes decrease on regular days, the decrease will be 5 minutes. And this will add a cushion of 450 minutes for us. Although this cushion is a little less than what we currently have, it will help us if school is closed for a day. Adding 5 minutes to the start time versus dismissal will alleviate any conflict with busing for middle school dismissal. So with this change, on a regular day for first through sixth grade, school will start at 7:35 and end at 1:55 p.m. For kindergarten, same start time, and also for TK, same start time, but the dismissal time remains the same for kindergarten and TK and for all other grades. And for minimum day, also the start time is 7:35 for all grades, and the dismissal time is still the same. This will have an impact on certificated daily schedule. So due to changes in the instructional minute, the total teacher workday, as we know, is 435 minutes or 7.25 hours. This will include 320 minutes of instruction, 30 minutes of lunch, 2 15-minute student recess, 45-minute prep, and 10 minutes of teacher duty time. On minimum days, there will be only 1 15-minute recess, and there is also 85 minutes of teacher collaboration time. This is a little timeline of when we were made aware of this change and what we did as a district. The Senate bill was authorized in October, and we received the information in November. The last few months, district personnel had meetings, and we also had conversations with ACE and the site principals. And on February 2nd, we met with different departments that may be impacted. ACE and CSA reps were also invited. These are the next steps we plan to take. District will hold elementary parent meetings to communicate the changes to parents. School sites will also communicate the changes to parents and students. HR, ACE, and CSEA will communicate changes to their staff and the members. And all department, including transportation, nutrition services, will do all that's necessary to adjust things to make this change work for everybody. That is the end of my long presentation. I'll take questions now. If you have.
Thank you, Dr. Hyder. Any questions? I'll start with Dan.
So what I heard is I'm going to have to get my kids up even earlier next year. Thank you for the presentation. What's interesting about the bill, and I know we focused a lot, obviously, on the mandated amount of time, but there's another element to the bill. I was doing some quick research, and this is Senator Newman that introduced it, and he focused on also the component that school districts can no longer deny students recess as a point of discipline, which I think is a common practice probably throughout the state of California and throughout the country, that when students sometimes get in trouble, it's a simple thing to say, okay, we're going to take away recess so you can think about what you did. But clearly, this law now makes that something that we're no longer able to do. So just curious how we're going to roll that out and make sure that all the teachers, all the staff, everybody at all of our school sites understand that now this laws in effect, so that's no longer a resource or a tool available when it comes to disciplining students.
Yes, we will definitely continue the communication with our principals and with our teachers. And I think one of the key focus of this law is to give students the mental health support that they need, the free time to go around and walk around, talk with their friends, or not be on a very intense, sometimes classroom environment can get very intense with information overload. So just giving them that break. So we will communicate with all our staff members to make sure that they adhere to this law as needed. And I have to share a story. When I was presenting it to the executive cabinet, when I mentioned that, everybody stopped and said, we remember lining up on the handball court or being forced to read a book or finish our homework, and I did that as a teacher too, but we have to stop all that now. And for good reason, we need to make sure that our students are, because we want them to be more focused when they are, even though sometimes we feel that they need some kind of punitive measure to make sure they understand not doing homework is not a good thing, but we have to make sure that they are well rested mentally and physically when they come back to the classroom between recesses. So we will definitely make sure we send the message to all our staff.
And I would agree. I think the impetus of the bill, the philosophy behind it, is a good thing. The kids do need to get out, particularly in the elementary level. There is such thing as the Zoomies, right? And so these kids need to go out and run around and get that energy out. My kids are very much like that. But there is going to be a real change, and I'm glad we're having the parent meetings. I think we need to communicate what's happening and let it be known that this is not a decision of the school board. Again, much like the change in the start times, this is something that's being dictated to us by the state of California and the legislature, so we don't have much of a say other than trying to implement it and work with it. So I know that it puts us in a tough spot because we're delivering the message, but at the same time, making sure that parents understand, again, this is something that we're all subject to across the board. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Any other questions? No? I just have a quick question. As we implement the additional minutes, are we looking at this as recess or physical education? Because in talking with Dr. Miranda the other day, I thought he was mentioning physical education versus recess. So is this going to be a recess period? Because that's when the children just go and play. Obviously, what physical education is, more organized activity.
So this is separate from physical education. We are elementary, one of the only requirement in terms of instructional minute in elementary is physical education. We are required to have 100 minutes of physical education every two weeks, right? 1 week, 200 minutes for every 2 weeks. So, and this recess is totally separate. So it.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, if there's no other questions, thank you, Dr. Hyder. Okay, let's go ahead and move on in our agenda. We're looking at action item session. Action items 7.1 through 7.38. At this time, I will be pulling for separate consideration 7.2 and 7.8. So if there's any others that'd like to pull one, Dan.
If I may, Board President Ibarra, pull 7.7, just for separate comment and consideration.
Okay. All right. So hearing that, let's go ahead and accept a motion for approval. Right now, at this time, I'd like to get a motion for approval for 7.1 through 7.38 with the exception of 7.2, 7.7, and 7.8.
I'll second.
Okay, thank you, Pat, and thank you, Israel. So at this time, we have a first and second, Pat Harrell, and second by Israel Fuentes to approve 7.1 through 7.38 with the exception of 7.2, 7.7, and 7.8. Any comments, questions, or concerns relative to those items? Not hearing any, so let's go for the vote. All those in favor indicate by stating aye.
Aye.
Anyone oppose? Anyone abstain? 7-0 on a motion by Pat Harrow and second by Israel Fuentes, and voted on a 7-0 vote. We approve 7.1 through 7.38 with the exception of 7.2, 7.7, and 7.8. So let's go ahead and take them one at a time. 7.2. Second. Okay, so I have a first and second on 7.2, which is the adoption of Resolution 2442 on board compensation for missed meetings, and this is for Ms. Thorin Ojeda. So on a motion by Pat Harrow and second by Israel Fuentes. All those in favor indicate by stating aye. Aye. Anyone oppose? Anyone abstain?
Abstain.
Thank you. So on a 6-0-1 with the abstention, Joanne Thorin Ojeda, the board will approve 7.2 on a motion by Pat Harrow and second by Israel Fuentes. 7.7, okay, which is the adoption of resolution number 2443 of the Cone Joint Unified School District to the delegate authority to the superintendent for Tomorrow's Leaders Foundation. So let's go ahead and go for a motion for approval.
I'll move the item.
Second.
Okay, so I have a motion by Dan Flores, second by Pat Harrow. And at this time, before we go for the vote, Dan.
Thank you, Board President Ibarra. Just quick context. This is a great item. As many of you know, we have officially formed the Tomorrow's Leader Foundation as a 501c3. There is a board now in place that is already actively working on securing not only the structure for the foundation, but going after funds, have identified a goal for scholarships. So a lot has happened just in the few weeks right when we initiated the foundation. This item is particularly important. I want to thank you, Dr. Miranda, for bringing it forward because time is of the essence. Part of this partnership between the school district as a public K-12 district and the foundation as a 501c3 is the ability for the school district to offer some resources and support as long as the foundation is doing things that is mutually beneficial to the district, our mission obviously serving the students, so lots of crossover. The foundation right now, though, while it has a board, and we do have Ms. Ontiveros, who's working as a consultant, there's no staff. And so there's a lot to be done to raise the money in time for this next year's Tomorrow's Leader event. And so this resolution, wanting to move quickly, forward as quickly as possible, I know that our attorneys have to review it, of course, but the goal is as soon as it's signed off by the attorneys and the language is dialed in, we as the board are delegating to Dr. Miranda his ability to sign it quickly and get it in place so that our staff can provide support to the foundation staff, or rather the foundation consultant and the board members who are volunteers, to get moving on the donations that are being sought after and coordination with the event. So I appreciate this coming forward quickly and certainly the opportunity to vote on it so that we can help that happen very quickly. The other thing I want to highlight, particularly with Katie's team and the communications team, is this is a great time to promote the foundation. You only have one official kickoff, one official start, so wanting to utilize the resources from the communication department to really get the word out about the foundation and the event. So again, just grateful for the opportunity, wanting to move this forward quickly so that we can have that hit the ground running.
Thank you, Dan. Any other questions relative to this item? No? Okay.
I want to make a quick comment.
Yes,
That
please.
I will be bringing the MOU for ratification after approval, once attorneys and, as you mentioned, legal looks at it. So I'll bring it back to the board for final ratification.
Right. Okay, 7.7. On a motion by Dan Flores and second by Pat Harrow. And let's go ahead and go for the vote. All those in favor indicate by stating aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Anyone abstain? 7-0. The item passes. So 7.7 on a motion by Dan Flores and second by Pat Harrow. And on a 7-0 vote, the board approved the adoption of Resolution 2443 of the Cone Joint Unified School District to delegate authority to the superintendent for the Tomorrow Leaders Foundation. All right, so let's go ahead and move to 7.3. And 7.3 states that the accept nominations for the California School Board Association, CSBA Delegate Assembly, March 2024 election. So we do have a choice of individuals. And we get opportunity to choose 6 candidates. Okay. What say you? Now, we don't have to pick all 6. Now, there's been times where we've only picked 1, just to give you a little history. I'd like to throw in Scott Wyatt, San Bernardino City Unified School District. I'll start there. Okay, and then Pat has recommended the 4 incumbents, which is identified by the asterisks. Heather Allgood, Helendale School District. Tom Courtney, Lucerne Valley School District. Barbara Dew, yeah, like Mountain Dew. Victor Valley Union. And Cindy Gardner.
I would say Amanda Buchanan from Apple Valley.
Is everybody good with that? Okay. In fact, I know Barbara Dew. I used to buy Girl Scout cookies from her daughter. Okay, so here we go. We're going to go with the 4 incumbents. So I'm going to mention them, and then we'll go for the vote. Ready, Joanne? Okay. Heather Allgood, Helendale School District. Amanda Buchanan, Apple Valley Unified School District. Tom Courtney, Lucerne Valley Unified School District. Barbara Dew, Victor Valley Union High School District. Sydney Gardner, Rim of the World Unified School District. And Scott Wyatt, San Bernardino City Unified School District. Okay, are we all good? All right. Okay, so we're taking a look at item 7.8 once again, and that's to accept the nominations for California School Board Association Delegate Assembly. We identified the 6 names that we're going to vote for. I'll take a motion for approval.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion by Pat Haro, second by Israel Fuentes, to accept the 6 individual board members for approval that I've mentioned. If there's no other comments or concerns or questions, all those in favor indicate by stating aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Anyone abstain? We have 7-0 on a motion by Pat Haro, second by Israel Fuentes. 7-0 is the vote, and we approve those 6 individuals for CSBA Delegate Assembly. Okay, you're with me, Joanne? All right. Okay. Okay. Okay, let's go ahead and move right into our administrative reports. Okay. And we do have 8.1, approval of disbursements, 8.2, change orders, 8.3, approve a change order at Colon High School, Culinary Arts Project. We'll start with those three. Are there any comments or concerns relative to any of those three? Not hearing any, so let's move right into our facility update. And Director Chang, welcome.
Good evening, Board President Barra, Board Members, Superintendent Miranda, and members of the audience. My name is Owen Chang, Facility Director. Tonight, I'd like to provide a department update. Following the footstep of Dr. Hyder, I also reduced my 60-slide presentation. I'm sure my colleague will be pleased to hear that, do down to about a third. So moving on, the next slide, please. Oh, let's see if I can advance that. All right, first up, oops. All right. First up, just a quick update on the Colton High School CTE Culinary Arts Building. Things are progressing along, although not as much as we like. As we're all aware, we have quite a bit of rains over the last several weeks. We have total tracking about 19 rain weather impacted days that impede our process. We have 3 additional days of rains projected next week. Following that, we're hoping to get some good weather and where we can pick up some momentum and gain some, make some more progress on the project. Next slide is I'd like to give the board an update on the Grand Terrace High School turf replacement and track resurfacing project. We had conducted a bid opening last week, and so we're going through all the bid submissions and making sure that the bid documents are all compliant, and then we would like to bring the contract to the board for approval during the next board meeting, and that will allow us to commence construction in April, allow us to really take advantage of the summer month and get most of the project finished before the start of the new school year. All right, next slide, just Grimes Elementary, the Phase 1 toilet building addition, as well as the shade shelter addition project. We we're nearing the completion of the project, probably about 2 more weeks remaining. Left side is just some of the accessibility upgrades that we've done, providing a new drop-off area. Also on the picture right, just a quick little story. I stopped by the site to take some updated photo, and I met a new friend. His name is Lucius, in first grader. So he was very outgoing. He came up to me, introduced himself, say, "Hey, what are you doing here?" And I explained to him, I'm looking at the project, taking some photos, and he said, "Oh, that's great." He said, "Oh, do you know you have we still need concrete here at the bottom?" I said, "You're exactly right, and we actually have that scheduled tomorrow. We're going to pour it, when students are not around, to make sure everything's safe." And he said, "Oh, that's great." So our conversation alluded to other things. He started asking me some really great questions. He said, "Oh yeah, why do you have rocks underneath there?" So I explained that the reason for that, and we talk about structure, buildings, foundation. And he's like, "What's foundation?" So we started going to have dialogue. We had a really interesting and fun conversation. So that really made my day. So anyway, one of his teacher came over and make sure I'm supposed to be on site, which is a good thing. So, and then so he was trying to corral him, with other classmates. So I turned around, I was leaving, and he actually accompanied me. I guess he enjoyed our conversation. He actually grabbed my hand, hold my hand. He was gonna, he still want to continue dialogue. So that was really awesome little story. So I did tell him that I'll definitely come back and visit him later on once the concrete is poured. And so that's thought I'd share this fun little story.
Oh, that's pretty cool. Yeah. Well, I think you have Lucius as the next facility director in the making.
Yes, I did ask him, are you interested in being an architect or builder? And he's leaning towards the builder side, so we might have some great a contractor in the future, so. Yeah, it was really a fun little interaction today. All right, next slide. Oops, sorry. A little too quick with my clicker. So next update, just Colton Middle School, one of the board priority projects. We are focusing our efforts, working diligently with the architect, site administrators, and teachers, getting their input on design. We did end up submitting the bottom half portion of the PE pavilion to the Division of State Architect to commence their review. And then we're going to focus on finishing up the locker room building. That's to follow in about 2 months. And then, I apologize, the color didn't come out correctly. So the you don't see a lot of difference. Then we have phase 2. We're also working on the administration modernization as well. To provide some more developed design on the first phase, which comprised of the sports pavilion and the locker room building at the south side of the campus. You can see there's some landscapes, some parking, because we're displacing some of the parking at its current location. We're adding some additional parking space off this side, some of the current landscape area. And also the bottom right-hand corner, just an interior perspective of what the building inside of the pavilion will look like. Some of the exterior renderings on the upper half is the rendering from the inner campus looking south. And then at the bottom, in the center image, is the perspective of the locker room, viewing from the soccer field looking westerly at the entrance to the locker building. It's been working with the site, and they're very excited, and we're very excited about some of the planned improvements, and we really can't wait to get take it to the next level. Also, as I mentioned earlier, part of the phase 2 modernization, we are basically kind of gutting out the administration building. Current administration building is really undersized. There's a lot of code upgrade that's needed, and some of the function, it's not really really efficient, and we're hoping will provide a lot of the improvements that will address a lot of the functionality, efficiency, code compliant, as well as the safety for both the staff and the administrator. And some exterior rendering. You can see we're actually included not just the renovation, but we also want to try to enhance some entry, kind of create some like a formal entry onto the campus with signage and gates and fencing. So we think that will greatly enhance and the look of the campus and the curb appeal. This is the view looking from Laurel. Again, another perspective of the main entry, as well as kind of the bottom of the elevation, how it blends in with existing NPR building to the left and the existing AMA building to the right. All right, moving on, Cherryville Middle School project. We have a lot of exciting projects taking place as well. We are scheduled to start the interim housing in March of just next month. We also received DSA approval recently for the second phase, which comprised of the administration building addition, the classroom conversion, as well as a new classroom addition, as well as and the entire campus fire alarm upgrade. So we're excited. We're working on getting the bid documents prepared and put out for bid, and we're excited to get that project underway. And then we also, in the phase 3, similar to Colton Middle School, we're also providing a pavilion for the at the upper level where the existing locker building in the pool is located. Again, some interior renderings of the The second phase, which consists of the administration and a new classroom addition. All right. I'm going to transition to the phase 3, which is the pavilions. I know Superintendent Miranda have been talking about this for quite a while, and that's always on his kind of make it happen list about finding really some really repurpose that pool that's been abandoned for quite some time. So we're fortunate to come across with the ESSER funding and other resources to start on the design and really making a better use of the valuable space that we have. So this is a site plan kind of encompassing the area that you see within the kind of red rectangle is the extent of the scope of work for this project. All right, zooming in a little bit, you can see the plan for the repurposing the existing pool. Basically, we're gutting everything, taking the pool and all the adjacent hardscape out, along with redoing all the fencing. In this particular site, working with the administrator, we identify there's actually enough room for 2 basketball courts, and then one will be, the court number 1 will be kind of open to the sky, and court number 2 will have a covered pavilion. And then as part of the code requirement division state architect, we're also required to provide an accessible ramp. The current ramp is not code compliant. There's about a 10-foot separation, so we've got to make sure we provide a new ramp, as well as the restroom. We've got to upgrade those as part of the project to make sure those are also wheelchair compliant. Again, some renderings that we've been working with the architect on. Again, it's really kind of really dynamic structure. We're excited to bring this improvement to much needed amenity, and also make use of the abandoned pool that's not really being used. So, and some of the graphics and so forth, I hope will bring instill some pride and excitement to the students. Right, here's some renderings of what the space will look like. So while this is predominantly a PE kind of outdoor classroom, there are also other functions and minis we're providing, such as the projection and projectors that will allow other activities. So if they want to have classes or even dances and so forth. So really a multi-use space beyond just the basketball court. We're also employing excuse me, skylights also to continue our sustainability efforts and reduce some of the consumption of electricity. Again, some of the right-hand side are some additional rendering. There are also lights so that facility can be used at nighttime as well. And some of the amenities I mentioned, the projection screen and so forth, those are also included for the Colton Middle School Pavilion as well. So we'll provide the same features for both projects. So that concludes my update. Any questions?
First of all, thank you, Owen. And these renderings, they look great. I'll tell you, I could only envision them at each of the individual schools, the middle schools particularly. And, Terrace Hills needed some fixing up a little bit, because it's been a long, long time since we've done anything there, really. And I'm sure they'll love it. And, of course, Cone Middle School. So just want to say thank you. Thank you. I think that, and Dr. Miranda says, oh, the PE coaches are going to love it. And, of course, Dan can't wait to go and dunk on one of them. So anyway, I just want to say thank you for your work and everything else. And so any other questions? Pat, I'll start with Pat.
I just want to thank you for your presentation. I also just want to make comments about it. Both Colton Middle and both Terrace Hills needed these updates. So I'm really excited to see them coming to fruition. I think it's going to be wonderful. It's going to be a wonderful use of that old pool area that's been an eyesore for so long, for so many. But I want to say thank you for that. And I love the idea that with the projections, that it'll be able to be used for, outdoor concerts, or like you said, at a dance, or whatever it is that they need to use it for. I think it's going to be a great addition to both middle schools, and I'm really happy that we are taking care, doing this for both of them, because it's much needed, and especially at Terrace Hills. That administration building has been a pain since I can't remember. I mean, I don't know when it was built, but building it upstairs was just a weird idea, for the lack of another word. I don't know how to say it. It was just, it didn't make sense. But I'm glad it's going to be on the ground floor. I think it's wonderful. I think being handicap accessible for parents who want to come. I just think this is just great for both of the schools, and I'm really happy for both of them. And thank you.
Thank you, Pat. Anybody else? Yes, Dan.
I just want to echo how exciting this is, and reiterate the point about the necessity at both Colton Middle and Terrace. These are older middle schools, so the facilities tend to be smaller. The ability to use those spaces for programming is really important. I can tell you firsthand, just having gone to the Colton Middle award ceremony recently, it's standing room only. Those multi-purpose rooms are now undersized for both Colton Middle and Terrace Hills. So this is going to be really important for the staff and for the ability. So I'm hoping not only having the electrical and the other components needed, but what other ancillary equipment will be needed, whether they're going to have access to a stage that they could set up, those types of things, chairs, of course. So things to consider. How we'll fund all those, we'll leave that up to Mr. Fromm and his team to figure out. But being able to then really utilize that space and have the equipment needed to be able to do a quick setup to have an awards ceremony or some type of an event, because I get nervous when we pack those multi-purpose rooms at the middle school, that the fire marshal might come in because everybody's just packed in there like sardines, since they're so small. So this is great. Thank you. And I hope and I look forward to being able to have all the, not just the sports and athletics activities, but all of the different kinds of fun, whether they're dances, whether they're setting up college and career fairs, and you can have booths and all kinds of great things set up. So I imagine even the community would be interested in utilizing the space. So thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Owen. Okay, let's move on. Ace.
Good evening, Board President Ibarra, Board members, Superintendent Dr. Miranda, and members of the audience. Congratulations on your new room. It looks nice, professional. I'm honored to address you today and extend our heartfelt gratitude for approving AB 1200 and the certificate of salary adjustment. The association is thrilled to have successfully concluded negotiations for the 2023-2024 school year, and our members are eagerly looking forward to receive their retro checks soon. That's on you. I want to thank both teams for their hard work in completing this task, and thank Dr. Miranda for having to hear about negotiations every single school board meeting. Looking ahead, the association already preparing surveys for negotiations for the 2024-2025 school year, as the entire contract is open for negotiations. We did close the article that has to do with money, with the option to open if a certain amount of money are allocated for COLA. I encourage the district to do the same, as early preparation is crucial for a smooth negotiation process. A pressing concern at this time is the situation regarding PPS. The changes brought about by the Web IEP closing and the increased workload demands are significant. We are advocating for staff to receive more support and more tangible solution, not just empty promises. It is crucial to recognize that simply stating, "We are here for you," is no longer sufficient. Staff needs and deserve concrete solutions. If emails and phone calls are not being returned promptly or at all, it is imperative that we address this issue with urgency. Every department in the district is here to support the classroom, not the other way around. And I want to address this that I am in contact with Dr. Ortiz, and we are working on finding solutions together. As reported by Pamela Townsend at the last board meeting, the ACE election have been successful. You will have to hear me for 2 more years. And once the new officers are sworn in, will be our pleasure to introduce them all to the school board. It is truly gratifying to see so many of our members, a total of 50, taking advantage of the voluntary retirement programs, and we want to thank the school board for offering. This is probably the best VERP, used to be a SERP, now it's a VERP, program that has been offered since I've been in the district for the last 20 years. While we celebrate their next chapter, we are also mindful of the impact on those who remain, like us, and we are committed to supporting them through this transition. I'm confident that HR will promptly begin interviewing candidates after the March 15 deadline passes. The association stands ready to assist and support HR during job fairs if needed. Currently, we are engaged in site visits and meeting one-on-one with all certificated staff. I want to express our gratitude to all the principals who have warmly welcomed us to their school sites, forwarded email, and graciously guided us around the campus. We had some secondary teachers going to elementary, and the bell schedule and recess and lunch and all that confused them. They really were happy to be secondary level. These visits are thoughtfully scheduled during prep, recess, or lunch to ensure they do not disturb instructional time. Furthermore, the association is dedicated to develop leaders and encourages the young generation to get involved. We have a small dilemma that we have people involved 40, 45 to 60. So the younger generation, we need to pull them in. In closing, I want to reiterate our gratitude for your continued support and collaboration, and have a good night.
Okay, thank you, Christina, and congratulations on your nomination. It's nice to have you for 2 more years. Okay, CSCA. Thank you. Mac, okay.
Good evening, Board President Ibarra, board members, Superintendent Dr. Miranda, and members of the audience. This is our presentation for the month of February. We hope that everybody had a great Valentine's Day, maybe got some extra kisses from their loved ones, both in the physical form, and probably the more better one is chocolate. Let's be real. This month is Black History Month, and we have a lot of fun things going on. APAC took a bunch of kids to the Black College Expo. Next week, we're hosting 200 students at the Ontario Rain for an evening field trip. So it is a first come, first serve. So principals, make sure you turn in all of those permission slips. And then at the end of this month, APAC is also hosting their 2nd annual student recognition celebration. We already have approximately 600 students that we are going to be recognizing at Grand Terrace High School. We hope all of you guys can go. If you went last year, it was standing room only. It's looking like it's going to be like that again this year. So we're really excited. And if you have any other posts that you guys want to share, make sure you just tag APAC or MAC in those posts, because we want to be able to share the great things you guys are doing on campus.
All right, we have a few professional development opportunities that are coming up through AXA that we want to make sure that we share with all of our certificated and classified management members. MAC also includes classified managers, and so we want to encourage our classified managers to join MAC, as well as the new upcoming managers who are just newly appointed, as well as joining AXA. They have an upcoming conference here, Empowering Excellence, specifically for classified leaders, Shaping Tomorrow. And if you are an AXA member, you do get an AXA member discount of approximately $200 there. So take advantage of that. It's great for our classified managers to gain skills, as well as network with other classified managers across the state of California. We also have our Lead with Pride Summit that's coming up in March, on March 17th through 19th in Anaheim. There's also a discount there for AXA members, just encouraging everyone to join AXA. There are a lot of benefits with AXA, not only just professional development opportunities, networking opportunities, women in leadership opportunities, but also opportunities for you to have mentors. If you're new into the management, on the management team, you can get a mentor through AXA as well. So this is an opportunity in March on the 17th through the 19th to join this specific professional development, the Lead with Pride Summit. Also, some upcoming PDs that are going to be held coming up soon. We want to make sure you save those dates. We have the Equity Institute. It's a good opportunity for some of our managers to attend Equity Institute in Los Angeles, April 3rd through 5th. So save the date for that. Registration will be opening soon, as well as the Women in School Leadership Forum that's coming up in September of next year. So start saving that date, September 18th through 20th in Carlsbad. And then finally, we'd like to invite all of our management members, classified and certificated, to get healthy with us and hike Mount Rubidoux on the 24th, which is a Saturday at 8 a.m. We like to meet at the baseball field parking lot on Tuskegee Avenue. If you're interested in attending, we'd love to have you there. We like to take a group photo as well once we get to the top. So if you want to bring your school shirt and show off your school pride, we'd love to have you do that as well. We hope to see you guys there. Have a good rest of the week and a great 4-day weekend, everyone.
Hey, thank you very much. We did have a ROP meeting yesterday, and I will refer to Pat to start.
Okay, so I want to say thank you to Paula Cerro and all of our counselors. Colton had approximately 1,200 eighth graders visit their respective high schools and explored CTE pathways that are available to them. And it was very, very, they didn't realize it. They've been exposed to it in the middle school with the Paxton class, but with this, they actually got to see in action, and it was really exciting for these students, and they didn't realize what was really available. So it's so awesome to see them getting excited about it. We have 21 students from our child development program at Slover Mountain High School. 21 of the, we have right now 50 students enrolled in the child development program at Slover Mountain. 21 of those students just received their CPR certified. And we have several, we have students there who, when they graduate from the program, that they will be able to apply for their child development permit. And these kids are so excited to be able to have this available to them. As the student spoke earlier today, they spent part of their day at the, what is it, next door? You too. With the students next door, the preschool kids, and they went ahead and did Valentine's with them, and they had kids, Head Start, thank you. They did one-on-one with the kids and did Valentine's with them, and they are actually really loving what they're doing. And it's so wonderful to see these students who otherwise wouldn't be have this part of, this program in their life, and how it's really affecting them and how it's making them think about a career, either as a teacher or a preschool teacher or a teacher. So it's really great what we're doing with our pathways. So I wanted to thank them for that. I also have a video. Each month at CRIROT, we are highlighting a different district, and this video was on Colton, and it's about what the difference is that the pathways are doing for students, and it's past students who graduated from their programs and did the, so.
This month, on Pathways to the Future, empowered by CRIROT, we'll be hearing from some former Colton Joint Unified students and how ROP programs positively impacted their lives after high school.
Hello, my name is Ernest Mateo Cisneros, and I graduated from Colton High School in 2020.
Hello everyone, my name is Brooke Carlson. I am a Colton High School graduate class of 2022.
Hello you guys, my name is Samari Gant. I'm a year 2023 graduate from Grand Terrace High School.
Hi, my name is Valerie Andrade. I attended Colton High School and was part of the graduating class of 2022.
I took the ROP GIS, Digital Business Communications classes there, and was a TA for an ROP class, and was also an ROP ambassador.
I was a student ambassador my senior year of high school as a representation of Mr. Wirz's graphic communications class.
I was enrolled in the Care Pathway at Grand Terrace High School, taking medical assistant classes 1, 2, and 3, and also medical terminology.
I attended 3 ROP classes: medical assisting front office, medical terminology, and sports medicine and therapy.
Today, I'm in my very last semester at college at CSU San Marcos. I'm majoring in social science, and I'm planning on becoming a high school history teacher after I graduate.
Currently, I am a second year attending the University of California, Riverside, studying political science and international affairs. I am a national and international award-winning delegate for the representation of UCR's Model United Nations, and I am also your Miss Colton of 2023.
I'm currently enrolled with San Bernardino Valley College as a nursing major. I graduated Grand Terrace High School with my medical assistant diploma. I'm certified with medical assistance. I'm certified as with CPR, AED, and basic first aid. I'm hired with the County of San Bernardino as a medical assistant for the Department of Public Health.
I am majoring in kinesiology with a minor in bio. I was able to obtain my CPR certification through the ROP classes.
Mr. Wirz really prepared me for everything I would be doing in this political sphere. As a clerical assistant, I do a lot of printing, scanning, copying, and also personal skills such as talking to clients.
And I also remember doing presentations on counselor roadshows each year.
I feel like this program set me up for my future. It allowed me to step a foot inside of the door to get closer to my career goals.
These classes definitely gave me time to explore different career paths and really understand what I wanted when I got out of high school.
I was always eager to learn new things, so that helped me a long way to get to where I want to be.
Because of these classes, I was able to discover that I wanted to become a physician assistant. And I am very grateful for the teachers that I met during the ROP classes because they are lifelong mentors that I will have. And I just feel like if it wasn't for them, I wouldn't be where I'm at now.
I would like to thank Mr. Wirz for allowing me to be his ambassador.
I'm very grateful to those classes. They definitely opened my eyes to different opportunities.
For any ROP students out there that may be listening to this, continue doing the hard work you are doing because it will pay off.
The advice that I would give you guys is to stay focused, stay calm through all the trials and tribulations that you guys go through this program, because sometimes it may be hard, it may be difficult, but it's always best to look at what you want and what you really desire within your life.
And my advice to anyone who is in high school, currently taking an ROP class, just take advantage of any opportunity that the ROP class can give, any certification you can obtain.
My best advice to you is to learn those soft skills from the ROP classes because they will help you for years and years to come.
Thank you for listening, and I would like to thank our students for engaging in CRY ROP.
All right, very good.
So I think the key message there was what we're doing with CRYROP and what an impact it's making on our students. And I think the one thing that young lady said, we're opening their eyes to new opportunities. We always say we're preparing them for college and career. And as you saw, these students are all going to college. They're not just focusing, they're looking at a career, not just a job. So I just wanted to share that video with all of you. So, and Israel.
So we did have a foundation, CRYROP Foundation meeting yesterday also. And we do have a date for the Evening of Excellence, and I'm going to see if they can pop up the, there we go. So many of our students at CRYROP worked on a design for the cover of the Evening of Excellence. And this was the design that was actually won. I don't know the name of the student who did it, and I'll find out who they are. but we had maybe, I don't know, 10 or 12, I think 10 or 12 students create a cover, draw a cover, create a cover, and this is the winning cover for the Evening of Excellence. As you can see on there, we will have that on May 15th of this year, and it's going to take place at Valley College, and we will be at the auditorium at Valley College. And before, like we always do every year, we will have a student showcase, and it will be happening on the lawn there at Valley College, hoping there's no rain that evening and it doesn't get too dark too soon. But we will also have our board meeting there for CRIROP at Valley College. And so wanted to just make sure everybody knew about the date, May 15th, 2020, the winning cover. Also, you guys just recently saw the students who succeed. What we do in the foundation is what we want to do is give them the scholarships. Let's give them opportunities to continue. And this is through the CRIROP Foundation. The funny part is I'm also part of the Tomorrow's Leaders Foundation here at Colton, which we want to also continue to do with our students here at Colton, like we do with our students at CRIROP. So once again, May 15, 2020, we'll see you all at Valley College, and I think it starts at 5 o'clock, if I'm correct. It starts at 5 o'clock that evening, and we'd love to see each and every one of you, even if you just come by for a little bit and come out there and check out the showcase and meet the students, because these students, every year, they bring phenomenal things. Yeah, as you just saw our testimonies from our Colton Joint Unified School District students. These students are opening doors for the future. They are our future. They're the ones who are going to be the next medical assistants, the next doctors, the next lawyers, law enforcement, public safety, EMR, whatever they do, they are our future. And through our foundations, we want these students to continue. Thank you. Have a great evening. That's all I have.
Thank you, and thank you to Pat and Israel. Okay, let's go ahead and move on to item 9.1, our superintendent's communique.
Thank you, Board President, board members, and members of the audience here and also online. I wanted to start off this evening, as soon as we get the first slide up. No questions yet. Okay, there we go, there we go. There we go. All right. Just as Brenda gets that going, you heard Dr. Peterson and the LCAP presentation, the mid-year LCAP. So I want to piggyback off that and first talk about the LCAP survey. So your district staff has sent out a link to everyone. We're gathering feedback on ways to support increased student success, because that's one of our main goals there. The survey is part of the annual local control and accountability plan survey that we do, and it's been shared with district staff, parents, community members, especially students. The QR code there is provided for easy access to the survey, and it's based on the relationship to the district. Obviously, if a parent, certificated classified management employee, and the student survey. We really would appreciate everyone's participation, because we value you, we value your feedback, and I'll say this, your honest feedback. We want to continue to get better as a district, and feedback is critical to getting better. In fact, it's the breakfast for leaders, feedback. Okay, so the next item, please. You've heard this, 10-10, 95-95. This continues to be our goal, and I want to report to the board, and I put that in BC. So, we've been meeting executive cabinet with principals, and so we've been talking not only about their upcoming testing plans, which is very important. In fact, right now, the LPAC for our English language learners is taking place. CAS testing, which is the state standardized test, is happening in April for all our students. And again, the district aims for a 10% improvement in English language arts, 10% improvement in math, and a 95% attendance and graduation rate. So I am really confident in achieving these goals, and I acknowledge the effort of all our teachers, our staff, our administrators, our students, and parents. I just recently attended a DLAC meeting here. I talked about the 10-10, 95-95 of our district goals. And again, we're not just stopping there. We're going to continue and aim for those very ambitious goals in the district and those goals that we have. So a gratitude, I want to extend a gratitude to all the students who they are preparing now for testing. And so make sure parents, if you're online, please start to prepare your students. And I'll just say this, the reason I'm confident is because I've been through a lot of walkthroughs, I've done a lot of site visits, and the instruction that we've been seeing is amazing. That first best instruction, the interventions in the classrooms. And so I am confident because there's a lot of great learning happening, a lot of great teaching in our district. And that's what's more important to us, is that teaching and learning piece. And so these goals are doable and achievable, and we will make it happen. Last slide for tonight is, of course, Read Across America. You see the beautiful picture there of the three young ladies who are smiling. And so Read Across America Day begins on March 2nd. School sites have been planning events and are continuing to plan events to promote reading. And I just want to express just the excitement that brings all of us together for this great week. And I'm going to visit schools. I'm going to read, pull out my favorite books to read to students. Thank you for the invitations. I know I'll be at Grimes reading to a couple classes there. This year's theme is Create and Celebrate a Nation of Diverse Readers. Isn't that awesome? And that's what we want, and that's actually what we want here in Colton Joy Unified. And again, our Literacy Task Force, which has done an incredible job, led by Dr. Hyder and his team, which is part of our design plan too, and our vision and our goals. So the board's resolution, it was passed to acknowledge Read Across America Day. Thank you, board, for passing that I believe this evening. So again, I just wanted to provide these updates and highlights of the district's commitment to gathering feedback, setting educational goals, and fostering a love for reading among our students. And so, again, it's in the spirit of collaboration, support for all our partners and community, including staff, administrators, parents, and the board thanks you, and myself thanks you for all the work that everybody's doing. So with that, that is my report this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Miranda. At this point, we'll go right to board member comments, and I'd like to start with Board Member Haro.
Thank you, Board President Ibarra. I have a couple of things. I want to thank the Bloomington High School baseball boosters and the team themselves. They had opening day on Saturday. They had a doubleheader, and they invited me to come out and celebrate with the team at the beginning of the new year. They are going to try and win league again this year, and they're very excited. So I wanted to go out and celebrate with them. But before I hit the baseball game, which was started at 11, I was also at Bloomington High School for their Festival of Fairy Tales. And this was written, the whole story was written by teacher Taylor Richardson. And the students performed and sang with Ryan Duckworth's help. And it was a wonderful event. And they go out to the elementary schools and they have flyers, and they put up flyers inviting them to come and meet their favorite princess, read a book with their favorite princess. It's just a really sweet event. And this is the second year they've done it. And it tripled in the amount of people who came because word of mouth got around how great the event was. So I want to thank Mr. Duckworth and Ms. Richardson for all their hard work on that event. And lastly, the board approved tonight, March is Arts Education Month and also Music in Our Schools Month. And everyone knows my passion is the arts. And that same Saturday, all three events, that same Saturday was the San Bernardino County Honor Band. I can't even say enough. We had 14 elementary schools send one or more student to participate in the event. We had middle school participation and we had high school participation. And every year I go, this is my 16th year going, and every year I say, wow, that was fabulous. It was so great. And it was great. But every year it just seems like it's getting better and better, and these kids were amazing. It was just amazing. That's all I can say. It was fabulous. These kids just did such a wonderful job at all three levels. So I just wanted to thank our teachers who are teaching these students the wonderful, wonderful art of music. And I want to, I know we're probably all going to say this in our comments, I want to congratulate Colton High School, their girls' soccer team. They'll be playing in Pomona on Saturday, and our girls' basketball team, who will be playing at 7 o'clock at Colton High School. I'll be there. I'm sure other board members will be there as well to cheer them on in the semifinals. So congratulations to Colton High School. And that's it.
Thank you, Pat. Board Member Thorne Ojeda.
No comment.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Sandoval. No comment. Okay. Board Member Flores.
I do. Okay, well, I just want to share that I've continued our classroom visits with Dr. Peterson. We've been to Crestmore, Ruth O'Harris, and Zimmerman. Yesterday was Valentine's Day, and we bravely showed up at Zimmerman, and there's a lot of evidence of Valentine's Day. However, the instruction was sacred. Every classroom we went to, they were still going on with business, and you know, I know that the party, I think they had a PBIS lunch afterwards, but it was very nice to see that. I would like to see what evidence we saw and highlight two things. First is the best first instruction piece, and the other one was the evidence of classroom routines. Both very important. As far as the best first instruction, you know, we of course want our students to learn the first time that they receive the instruction. That's the goal. And sometimes, you know, because every teacher will tell you the diversity in one classroom. And I just want to share a story here. We visited Zimmerman, and every grade level, I think, we were in there. And we walked into a kindergarten classroom. And the teacher was doing a lesson, you know, presenting a lesson. And we noticed, you know, she had a puppet in her hand. And got okay. So she's going about the lesson and the instruction. And there was a little guy who was off task, and he was kind of being squirrely and, you know, not paying attention and kind of disrupting. And she didn't miss a beat. She continued her instructions. She walked over to the little guy and got the puppet right next to his ear, and she says, "It's time to turn the page." And right away, that student was focused, and he turned the page, and she just kept going with her lesson, you know. And we walked out, and it was like, that was best first instruction, and she caught the student, and he was on task immediately. So that was very, you know, and very heartwarming to see, and kudos to the teacher. Also, we saw we walked into math classes, and we saw evidence of checking for understanding, which is a very important piece when you're talking about best first instruction. Don't wait until the end of the lesson, and maybe they got it, maybe they didn't. We saw how teachers stopped the teaching and different ways check for understanding to make sure that every child, you know, is understanding the concept. So that was very good to see. I think at one grade level we saw that. not waiting till the end and saying, okay, let's see who got it. So powerful, checking for understanding. Classroom routines is another thing that is evident in high-performing classrooms when we walk through. We cannot underestimate the power of these routines and expectations and procedures in every classroom, because if the kids know what to do and they know when to do it and they see that as a routine, that sets the stage, and kids will be ready then to receive the best first instruction. So those two go hand in hand, and again, it was very good to see evidence of these things in the classroom. At Ruth O'Hara's, we saw an English language art teacher who it was very evident that her routines were in place, because what she does is she incorporates writing, informal writing, in every day with a prompt. And kids know. They come in and they journal, and that's how she starts her lesson. The kids are focused, and then she moves on with her lesson. So very wonderful things, like Dr. Miranda said, lots of wonderful things going on in the classrooms. And I'm looking forward to more visits. The last thing I have is the resolution that Board Member Haro mentioned, is the music in our schools. Today, I walked in, I found a precious gem that we have at Colton Middle School. I went to visit an after-school program, and when I walked in, I saw students playing the violin, trumpets, guitars, and they were singing. It's a mariachi group. And it was very endearing to see the music teacher, Caitlin Curran. She leads that after-school program. And I just, again, if you know mariachi music, you know when you hear mariachi music, it enters your heart and stays there. And these students have the passion. They were playing 2 songs. They were playing De Colores, and they were playing Árboles de la Barranca. That song, my grandfather used to play. That it goes way back. And these students, you should have heard them singing at the top of their voice, just and playing. And kudos to Colton Middle School and to the music teacher there. With that, I think that's all I have. I wanted to just share my great week that I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Bertha. Israel.
Thank you, Board President. Yes, we did do some site visits. I did miss Zimmerman yesterday for certain personal reasons, Dr. Miranda knows. But we did visit Crestmore, and we did visit Ruth O'Hara's with Ms. Flores. And, wow, she summarized it correctly. I won't repeat it, but it was amazing to see how the students were so engaged. They would walk in. We walked into that classroom. I think, was it an English class, right? And the students know what to do, exactly knew what to do. Got their journal, started journaling, writing, and it was on top. It was great to see. And we asked the students some questions too, and they knew exactly what was going on. So it was great to see what's going on. I also had an opportunity to stop by Bloomington High School. And it kind of, I was waiting for my daughter, actually, and so it was about an hour and a half before she got out. They get out early. And so I stopped by Ms. Roman's office, and she says, hey, I'm heading out to visit some classrooms. So I said, can I come? And she's like, yeah, you can come by. So we walked into the yearbook class, and that was amazing to see. These kids were on top of things, too. They're getting their yearbook ready. We walked into, I think it was a math class, correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, so we walked in there. It was amazing to see the kids were engaged in their work. They were doing their work, and it was awesome to see. So I was very excited to see that. Also, I had the opportunity to go to Colton High School in their winter ceremony recognition. I kid you not, the auditorium was packed with parents, families, grandma, grandpa, you name it. Theo was there, and I think the neighbor was even there too. And they even had a guy who probably they just picked off the street and said, hey, why don't you come into the auditorium? We're having a celebration. They had so many students receive honor roll, principals, awards, all of that. I was there. I got there a little bit late, but I was there till the end. I wanted to see every single student that was getting their award, and it was great to see how the families were so engaged, celebrating their student, their achievement, and that's what we want to see. So I even got a little bit teary-eyed as I'm sitting down there in the front, and I could see Mr. Abbott up there. He's like the big, the king of Colton High School, like the father there, He was proud of his students, and I could see that in his expression of every student that was coming in, fist bumping them, hugging them. It was an opportunity. I mean, it was great to see. So congratulations to those students. Also, we had two students from, I was at the Colton City Council meeting, and we had two students that were recognized for their achievement on the CAP scores. They got 100%. And it was Skylar and Deanna from Paul J. Rogers that got recognized at the city council meeting. And it was awesome to see, too. They had their families there, and they were cheering them on and everything. But one of the things that really touched me was Skylar. And Skylar, and many of you probably don't know, and I know Ms. Parachi does because Skylar goes to the school. Skylar's dad had passed away a few days prior to that. And they were there. And to see this student, this young man, standing there happy, it was something that he really needed. The family really needed something like this. He was smiling, he was happy, a little shy, but he was there. And I know mom was happy. And I know dad from heaven was happy to see that his son had received that recognition. I didn't know until afterwards that Skylar's dad had passed away a few days prior to that recognition. And so kudos to Skylar for doing what he did with the CASP, getting 100% on CASP. And to the family, I want to just send prayers to you guys, to the family for listening. Ms. Parachi, please let them know. And I'm pretty sure that my colleagues on the board here will be praying for the family as they continue. If there's anything we can do for them, I'm pretty sure we're here to help also. So, Skylar, congratulations. Deanna, congratulations for being recognized through the city of Colton. The mayor and the councilmen were there. It was Councilman Toro who actually presented the awards to them. They were also in the Inland Empire Community News, I think. Also there, if you want to see the article, and there's a picture of the students, myself and Councilman Toro, and even Joe Baca Jr. recognized the students with an award. So it was a great opportunity. Like I said, I didn't know until afterwards that had happened. So prayers to the family, and that's all I have for this evening. And I hope you all had a great Valentine's Day. I did get a lot of kisses, but they're about this big old kiss. You know what I'm talking about, that Hershey's Kiss that's about this big. So I took a bite of it, and I'll continue to take bites a day at a time. So have a great one. Have a good weekend. Have a great long weekend. You have 4 days off.
Thank you, Israel. Board Member Flores.
Well, I'll be quick. I just want to, again, highlight what we've heard. It was a pretty exciting week in the world of our girls' athletics programs. In fact, yesterday we had 3 quarterfinal CIF games go on. So, yes, Colton and Grand Terrace. And I want to acknowledge Grand Terrace. They played phenomenal. So the girls' soccer team played at home against Estancia. I was at the game. It was an amazing game. Grand Terrace scored first. They led for most of the game, but Estancia came back and scored probably with about 5 minutes left in the game. Went to overtime, went to the second half of overtime, and on a corner kick, Estancia scored. So it was a heartbreaking loss, but the girls played fantastic. They played their hearts out, so want to recognize the Grand Terrace girls soccer team. And then from there, we rolled up to the gym, where Colton High was playing Grand Terrace High girls, and that place was rocking. I mean, it was awesome. Both sets of fans were loud. It was a lot of fun. It was a close game at halftime. Colton definitely pulled out in the second half, but again, both teams played incredible. And Colton girls soccer, who played away yesterday, did win at Winchester, and so they're playing the semifinal match Saturday afternoon in Pomona at Diamond Ranch High out in Pomona. So we are going to roll out there to that game, and then hopefully be back in time for the basketball game. But I wanted to acknowledge that it was a lot of fun, exciting, and I think it's amazing to highlight our incredible student athletes. And yeah, our girls can play. and they're awesome. And so as the father of a girl athlete who looks up to these young ladies, I'm excited to see it, and I'm glad to see that we really support, invest, and recognize that we have some incredible female athletes out there, and look forward to bringing them to the board when it's appropriate. I'm not going to jinx it and say anything yet because we're not done winning, but when at the appropriate time, bringing those teams to the board to recognize their accomplishments. So look forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. And just before we go into closed session, I want to take this opportunity to thank everyone who is here with us today, and also thank each and every one of you for your dedication to the students and the community of Colton Joint Unified School District, because it means a lot. As we get an opportunity to see all the students that either perform, achieve, the ROP students who have are in college and have done wonderful things coming through our district, and it's all because of people like you. So always remember that. Yes.
Just real quick, I forgot to say something really I felt was really important. I know that we all saw on the news yesterday the situation that happened at Ontario Christian High School. And I think it's really important. I had asked about before if we could have something in our schools, a QR code where students could click on it with their phone and report anything that they see. It's unfortunate that we live in the times that we do. They were very fortunate that nothing happened and that the student did report it. But many students are afraid even to go to a teacher and tell them. Luckily, the student did, or to go to an administration. And I just think it's something important that we need to think about, that we have a way for students to feel comfortable to, when I went to a conference, in fact, it just came up on my memories on social media. When I went to a conference in Monterrey, Mexico, a school conference in Mexico, they had this QR code. They had it in the elementary school, they had it in the middle, they had it at the high school, that anything could be reported, whether it be this situation or somebody that they knew was in trouble with drugs or whatever, that they could comfortably do it anonymously. And I just think it's something that's really important, because a lot of times a student doesn't want to be the snitch. They don't want to tell on their friend or somebody they consider a friend, but possibly doing it anonymously. And I just think it's really something important that we need to consider to help our students feel more comfortable with after seeing what happened. And thankfully nothing happened, but seeing that the student, what he did. So I just wanted to bring that up.
Thank you, Pat. And with that, the Board of Education will be going into closed session, and everyone drive home safely. 9:55, and the board is now back in session. Okay. We're looking at item 12.1, student discipline revocation. There was one student discipline item presented in closed session. Is there a motion to uphold the expulsion order as presented?
Move the item. I'll second that.
Okay, I have Mr. Flores and Mr. Fuentes. Okay, on a motion by Board Member Flores and second by Board Member Fuentes, this is to uphold the expulsion order as presented. All those in favor indicate by stating aye. Aye. Anyone oppose? Abstain? 7-0. So on a motion by Dan Flores, second by Israel Fuentes, and on a 7-0 vote, the board upheld the expulsion order of one student discipline item as presented. 12.2, that's right. One, student number 1082375. Okay. Item 12.2, student discipline, non-readmission. There was one recommendation to deny readmission for one student presented in closed session. In accordance with California Education Code 48916, an expulsion order shall remain in effect until the governing board, in a manner described in this article, orders the readmission of a pupil. The one student has been expelled from Cone Joint Unified School District for a violation of California Code 48900 or 48915. The student case was reviewed by an administrator in the Department of Student Services, and upon review have not completed the plan of rehabilitation as directed by the board and are not recommended for readmission. Is there a motion to deny the readmission of one student as presented?
I'll move that.
Okay, thank you, Israel. Do I get a second?
Second.
Okay, that's Joanne. Okay. All those in favor indicate by stating aye. Aye. Anybody oppose? Anybody abstain? Okay, on a motion by Board Member Isabel Fuentes, second by Joanne Thorin Ojeda, and the board, and carried on a 7-0 vote. Next page. The board denied readmission of one student who has not met the plan of rehabilitation. And the student number is 469. Yeah. Okay. With that, we go into 12.3, Personnel Public Employee. On a motion by Israel Fuentes and second by Board Member, I believe it was Bertha Bertha Flores, and carried on a 7-0 vote. The board approved the following. Certified coaches 1, head varsity track, co-ed. Certified teacher 1, art teacher. Classified management, there's 2, human resource technician, child development supervisor. Classified coaches 5, head junior varsity baseball boys 2, head junior varsity volleyball boys, head varsity track co-ed, head varsity volleyball boys. volunteer coaches 2, band co-ed, swim co-ed, and volunteers general 22. And with that, it's 10 o'clock on the dot. I hereby adjourn.